Recording in Hi, good afternoon. How are we doing today?
Good afternoon. All is well.
That's
How
good.
are you, Simple Ed?
Good day.
Good day. I'm good. I ready for the Super Bowl and for Valentine's. What with yours?
I don't watch Super Bowl anymore, Miss Bullets. My whole childhood was Super Bowl.
Oh, so you all bowled out, eh?
Yes, ma'am.
I just want the halftime and the hors d'oeuvres. That's all I want. I ain't asking much a game. I just want the party. So what about Valentine's? Y'all all Valentine's ready? Y'all have your red and white for Monday? Y'all ready?
No, we wear uniform, Miss Bullet. We wear
Oh.
uniform. We could get away with the red pants and the red vest and the red and blue shirt. And that's it. All I want is my son to buy me ice cream from Lickety Split. That's all I want him to do.
Oh, okay, that's nice. That's nice. But I mean, life is so tough, and you have to work so hard, and then you have this bullet exam. So, any opportunity to celebrate, please celebrate, and even if it's like Kira is saying, just ice cream from Lickety Split, anything just to celebrate, okay, and make yourself feel good. All right, let me see how many persons. Okay, we have 13, so we can start. Of course, I would have sent out a review sheet. I would have put names next to each topic that possibly would be on the exam. We know that the exam is 50 in multiple choice questions, and then there are 7 essays. So there will be 10 choices, and you would choose from which 7 essays you want to complete. Now the essays should be 1 pages, 1.5 at most. Remember, each essay is 10 points. You want 10 relevant points. You do not want to run on and unnecessary fluff that won't give you any points. So hopefully today we are going to go through the review sheet, and each everybody should have their sheet and be taking notes, and then please go and do your research. So there are 8 chapters. It's obvious what's going to be on the exam. The key is to come organized. You should walk into that exam knowing I'm going to answer risk, knowing I'm going to answer FAT, knowing that I did my homework on simplified and enhanced due diligence. So definitely that's my question. I have already done my research and I know how to answer that question. Okay, so the key to this is being prepared. On the night before, it's a lot of writing, so try your best to let your hands rest and don't wash any dishes to make it too soft. All of this helps. This is tips I got from students. No dishes the night before. Let your hand rest as much as possible. By now, you should have made an appointment with Miss Dean to either come at the 9 o'clock sitting or the 1 o'clock sitting, because this is a fairly large class. So if you have not made your appointment, please call Miss Dean no later than Tuesday. The exam is on Saturday, February the 19th. Okay, so make that appointment with Miss Dean. Again, only show up with your car keys and your mask. Please, no books, no bags, no cell phones, no paper. This is a closed book exam. No cheat sheet, no this my review sheet I bring, none of that. We have had all of that in the past. The exam is recorded. Sorry, somebody said something? No? Okay, the exam is going to be recorded. We have had persons answer cell phones in the middle of exams, go to the bathroom and leave their cheat sheet in there, all sorts of stuff, talk to their neighbor, go into their purse, all sorts of stuff. Please just leave your cell phone in the car. We had somebody whose cell phone just vibrated continuously in their pocket on the chair. All of those persons were removed from the exam. Like I said, it's going to be recorded, and so even the simplest gesture can get you removed from the exam. Now, what happens is, if we've had some persons that have been caught cheating, if you wish to come back to the institute, if you were caught cheating, you have to go into counseling for about 6 weeks, and then they allow you to come back into the program. If your institution is paying for this course and you're caught cheating, of course they will be advised. And we have had 3 persons whose institution has paid for the exam and they've been caught cheating and they were subsequently let go. Okay, because they do call and try and find out where's the grades and what's happening. Should you not be successful at your first attempt, please try again. This is, like I said, the basic level, just an overview. It's $150 if you don't pass the first time. Okay, to pass the class overall is 70%. And most of you are sitting comfortably going into the exam at 30% already. So you only need another 40% to pass the entire class. That does not mean I don't need to study or, I can do the minimum. Okay, so most institutions pay for this course. And so therefore, it does not make sense to pay for the course and don't give you study days. So by now you should have found out what your study day benefit is. It should be 2 to 3 days, depending on your institution. However, if your institution does not allow you a study day and you have family responsibility, leave or vacation, and you feel as if you need that time, please, request a day and take some time off. Like I said, 1 day to relax and unwind, 1 day to study. Yeah, so basically be organized, come prepared, and don't beat yourself up if you're not successful the first go around. And we're here to give you support, answer any questions, any concerns you may have during this entire journey. Of course, the journey ends at ICA. Okay, any questions so far about the exam?
Miss Ballard,
Yes.
where do you park?
Okay, so do you know where the institute is?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
No, I don't. I missed the first part of what you were saying at the beginning. Sorry.
Okay, so the institute is on, let's see, across from the Princess Margaret Hospital. It's a 2-story yellow building on Elizabeth Avenue. And I don't know the other avenue, the one just, who knows the name of the road?
Shirley Street.
No, it's not Shirley Street, the other corner. Where Majestic Tour bus.
Dalzell Street.
Is it Dalzell? It's not Dalzell. Royal Bank.
That Casey Motor Farm Auto used to be.
I don't know if Casey Auto, but yeah, where Casey Motor used to be.
I think that's Victoria Avenue.
Yes, Victoria. Very good, Melissa. So on Victoria Avenue is where you park. It's a big, when you come at the end of the corner, there's a parking lot to the left. You park right in there. Okay, and so there should be a guard there, and he'll just tell him you're coming into the institute. And so you walk around and you go up the stairs and you're into the institute. Okay, and Miss Dean will be expecting you.
On Victoria Avenue side, the guard is there.
Yeah, you park on Victoria Avenue side.
So that's like Graham Thompson staff parking?
Yes.
Okay.
Right. Okay, good. So everybody knows where to come, and like I said, the key is to be organized. Please get rest and have a nice breakfast, or if you're coming at 1, have a nice lunch, and try to be there at least 15 to 20 minutes before, so you're not rushed and you're not overwhelmed, and trying to settle down and settle in. And all these little tips, they help. And like I said, I know this is online, so most of us are at home, so just speak to your family member, because everybody paid. Nobody's here for free. We could have bought a Gucci bag. We could have bought a ticket to Miami. We could have gone to the family island, for Valentine's. But we took that money and we invested and we paid the institute. So therefore, you want to get a full 100% return. Okay, so in order to get that 100% return, especially for the mothers who have to drop off and pick up and cook and clean and do all these sorts of stuff, just talk to your significant other or find somebody in the family to help with the kids, and just let you have this week too for your mind to be clear, so you can retain all this good information, and comprehend it and then apply it back in the exam. Okay, so ask for help at home just this week so you can be in a good mindset and free from being overwhelmed with just life. And that too helps as well. And then of course, plan your celebration. All of us getting A's and all of us can do well and all of it 100% straight across the board. Right? No, y'all don't sound excited. Okay, never mind then. Okay, go ahead with the questions.
How many hours is the exam? I'm sorry, I missed it.
It's
How
3
long is the
hours.
exam? 3 hours? Okay,
3
thank you.
hours, yes. Yeah.
We're only to bring pen?
Only pants and your mask and your car keys. And that's it.
Okay, okay.
Please don't bring any bags. Please don't bring the phones. We say the phones over and over again, and persons have been removed and lost their job over a cell phone. If there's an emergency, God forbid, give your family members the institute's number, and Miss Bullard or Miss Dean will come in and relay a message. But please do not bring your cell phone. For 3 hours, everybody should be okay. Go ahead, Justine.
Oh, I was asking how long is the exam?
Yeah, 3 hours.
3 hours?
Yeah. Yeah, Owen, you had a question?
Okay.
Owen? No?
Yeah, I did. Sorry for that. No, I was telling you about the group assignment. I got your response back, but I said I submitted another one because we realized that we didn't understand the ratings. So they had, like, for example, they had compliance, which was C, partially compliant, which was PC, LC, which was largely compliant, and then NC, which was non-compliant. So when we went through it, we realized that it was only one non-compliant. And so we expanded on that. And then we told you the reasons why they were non-compliant. And then we said the recommendations that they give for us to be compliant in that deficiency was the same measures that we took as a nation to become compliant.
Okay, so did you read the key findings?
That was the key findings was the reasoning behind why let me see if I can, if you will allow me to.
So if you read the key findings tell you which 22 we were deficient in, correct?
Yeah, only there was some that was partially
Right, but we were still deficient. We still had to remediate that, right?
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, so that's why I said read the key findings, select 3. There were 22 that were deficient, so you had a vast amount to choose from.
But actually, one was non-compliant, and then other 21, I think, was partially compliant.
Yeah, but that still means that there needs to be remediation. We're
Yeah,
partially,
okay.
it halfway broke, or when you still gotta fix it.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, so by the time you come to your questions, find 2 more, please, out of the 22.
Okay.
Yeah, okay, good. Anybody, Justine, you have something else? No? Okay, we good about?
No.
Sorry?
Lower my hand, no.
Okay.
No,
okay.
I forgot to lower the hand.
Okay, thank you. Okay, good. Okay, so any questions about the exam? We know what time it is and where it's at and what we need to do. Correct? Okay. All right, good. So we had some persons who want to, they sent emails about attending their civic organization. So just before we start, we will let them tell us, are they here? Benito?
Yes, ma'am, I'm here.
Okay, so tell us about your civic organization, please.
Okay, so good day, everyone. I went to the meeting that Owen sent on Tuesday, the lunchtime meeting, and that meeting was hosted by, it was a Rotary meeting, and their guest speaker was Reverend Cameron Sanders, and he spoke about healthy habits for a peaceful home. He took peace from a state of being and compared it to that of a living organism. He did this by showing the states of metamorphosis for a peaceful home, oasis, harbor, and state. And in further explaining this, he used marrying as an acronym for his key focal points. M was for movement, getting up and being active as a family. E was for excretion, removing bad habits. R was for rest, because rest is important. And when the body is well rested, you are able to do things. R was for reproduction, expanding the family, whether it be kids, pets, or getting married and having in-laws. I was for irritability. He said to be careful of how you react to people rather than being easily irritated. N was for nutrition. Eating properly can lead to a healthy body, which in turn leads to peaceful thought. And lastly, G was for growth. He referred to growing as a family as a spiritual and being on one accord. He concluded by saying a peaceful home is where love abides and grows. And he said that peaceful home requires a lot of work and dedication.
Okay, very, very good, Renika. And thank you for sharing. And that is very, very important, because we take things like that for granted. We don't understand that we can't go from war to war to war, okay? Normally, things that happen at our jobs are outside of our control. There's very poor, toxic culture within the corporate Bahamas. And so after we would have gone to Afghanistan and been on the front line the entire day, we can't go home and fight some more, okay? Our bodies need to recharge. Like you said, rest is very important. And we just take this lightly. We go to work, we go to school, and then, then we go home to fight as well. So let home be a paradise. I was reading in my other class that 4.5 million persons left the workforce in America just in November, because they saw the importance of rearing their children properly, being at home, and they just simply ain't taking bad treatment anymore. Okay, so be kinder, exercise, colleague care, treat your family right, be not, especially us mothers with the children, we get agitated and irritated so fast, but they are at that age where they just ask too many questions and they like Miss Bullet, just talk too long, right? So be a little bit more patient, and we'll give out better responses. So please make your homes paradise. Please have a rechargeable space, a safe haven, somewhere to escape to and rejuvenate yourself to be able to face the world each day, because it's not easy. So thank you, Renika, for sharing that. And I hope all of us take it seriously. Okay, Tira, go ahead.
Okay, I went to the meeting that Owen sent. That was Wednesday for the Toastmasters group. And the topic was Touchdown to Love. It was the East Central Archdeaconry Toastmasters Club 7717904. And I was very impressed with the meeting. I really, really enjoyed it. Mr. Burrows started off with a quote from Catherine Hepburn that stated, "Love has nothing to do with what you are expecting to get, only with what you are expecting to give, which is everything." Then DeAndrea Sanders, she started off with, her topic was Love Covers All. And I know other persons were also there in the meeting also, and the word for that night was dope, which is excessively. Huh? I didn't hear.
Sorry, that was me. Sorry.
Okay, it was dope, and the meaning is excessively fond of someone or shower with love. And Ms. Sanders said that she used it in a sentence that she dotes on her daughter. And to make it more interesting, what she did was she asked us to find 6 words out of dope. So it was like toe, do, dot, ted, do. And it was so interesting because they had not only speeches, but they also came up with some little musical interaction, and then they had a slideshow. One of them was breaking up, but it still was good. And they also went ahead and asked questions and threw it out to us to answer, like, will you be my Valentine? What is your best game day food? Is it better to love and lost or to never love at all? Any fictional characters that you
What was
want
the response to that, Tira? Which one is better?
What's that?
To never love at all or to love and lost?
I prefer to love and lost than to never love
Never
at all.
love at all. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Good.
So I don't want to keep going on because I know that other persons would like to also share and add to it because they also attended.
Oh, okay, good. Thank you so much for sharing. Go ahead, Mikhail.
Hi, good afternoon, class. So like Tiara was saying, I also attended that meeting, but that one was very full. So I'll allow others an opportunity to speak on it because I went to another invite from Owen. This is another Toastmasters meeting, and then the topic for this one was music. Music is life. And I found that very entertaining. I will say this though, that particular group was super organized. Like they had a program with a full itinerary and all of the persons who make up their team. The president was Mr. Trevor Lockhart. Like I said, this one was really engaging because I do enjoy music myself. And in a lot of the speeches, they obviously reference the lyrics and how certain lyrics might connect with you based on where you are in your life, and about how music can change, I guess, your feelings depending on whatever you might be going through. And they did a similar thing too with where they kind of like ask questions to the group. One of the questions was music, or would you rather music or money? And I forget what the lady's name was, but she's, I guess, on the board as well. And she was like, she couldn't imagine one without the other. She was like, music makes money and money is music to her. They are very clever with their wordplay in there. So that was something I took note of. The word of the day was acoustic. Um, I fail to remember the definition at this moment, but it's just basically how how sound exists in a room or something similar to that. The table topics were also interesting. Again, music was the theme. So they gave persons the task of making a speech with like certain songs. Like one was Happy Birthday. So you had to turn Happy Birthday into a speech. And then another gentleman, I think he had James Brown, I Feel Good. And he used those lyrics to, I guess, express how he was actually feeling good. But all in all, it was a really great experience. I would say, regardless of whatever the topic is, a lot of those persons in Toastmasters, they speak very well. They're well-spoken, extremely eloquent. If only for that, I would recommend persons go and partake in more meetings with them.
Okay, good. Very good, Mikhail. Thank you for sharing. And the question of the day, is it better to love and lose or not to love at all from a male's perspective?
I would definitely say love and lost. While that might hurt, honestly, having love in your life at any particular time, whether it is romantic, the love of a parent, boy, that's something so special. You would want to experience it at least once in life.
Okay, very good, very good. Thank you for sharing, and thank you, Owen, for sending out all these invites. We really do appreciate it. Melissa?
Yes, I attended the Masters Wednesday night as well. It was really good. It was exciting. All the speakers had their own take on love. And what was so interesting is that the chairperson, in between going from one speaker to the next, he was playing Alan Watts. He's a philosopher, and he was playing like slides of different falling in love quotes by Alan Watts. I remember the question brought out to the audience: it was better to love than to lost as well. But I don't want to run on. I see a lot of
and is it better? Is it better, Melissa? We get so opinion polls.
definitely better to have lost and lost than not to have loved at all.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. Shanda?
Good afternoon. How are you?
Good, yourself?
I'm good, thanks. Good afternoon, everyone. I also attended on Wednesday, Touchdown to Love. and I really enjoyed the meeting. It was quite organized, it flowed. I even learned about the word lexicologist because I've never encountered it before. So I definitely looked it up and to see its meaning. That's the study of the formation of words, and someone who actually compiles like words for the dictionary. So that was something new I learned, and also the speeches were good. I took a liking to the speech done by Tory Knowles when he referenced Deion Sanders as he pushed to ensure that he got his mother out the ghetto by playing baseball and football. And it reminds me of basically myself with my son. He plays both sports as well. So I took a liking to that. And also it was very informative when after the whole presentation was done, they actually had persons critiquing what took place and giving pointers on how to correct and also encourage and also say what they did good in. So I enjoyed the meeting. Thank you, Owen, for the invite. And I'll let the rest give their point of views.
Okay, very good, Shonda. And I'm so happy that you all found this beneficial. This wasn't just a tedious thing that Miss Bullet sent you all to do and you all hated it. So a lot of persons, become joiners and they become members afterwards. So again, this is where our corporate Bahamas is. This is where the movers and shakers, they hang out. And so these are the people that you want to network with. Now, Owen have all the ladies up in arms. Owen, I would say it's better not to love it all. Owen, please explain. Then we'll go on to Gwen and Justine. Owen,
Yes.
what's going on?
First of all, the average person don't understand what love is. Love is defined by God, and love is defined, if you look in the Bible, the good book, which is the manual for our lives, and which teaches us that, how we should live in life. If you go to, I think it's 1 Corinthians chapter 11 or 13, and it gives a whole list of what love is all about. 99.9% of people don't understand what that love is all about, and so they come into this game and they think they're in love, but they're actually infatuated. And so, rather than trying to hurt somebody, the hurt and the pain and the bitterness, it doesn't even worth to go through all the time. So it's just simply don't love at all.
Okay, but are you talking about from a romantic aspect? Like, think about, the Bible says we must die, right? All of us must die, right?
Yeah.
So if you think about a mother's love, most of us have a good relationship with our mom. Is no other love greater than a mother's love. But then she must die just like every other human being. So that love you would have experienced and then you would have lost her. What about from that aspect?
I guess I should have been more specific and say what they call it eros, right? Romantic and eros love, right?
Yeah, but whatever we are not trained, we need a class, like how in class in school we have guidance counseling. We don't get taught about relationships, and we also don't get taught about finances, and they haven't changed the school system for the last 25 years. So are we really properly trained in love? What do you think?
That's a good question there too.
Yeah.
And that's why the average person don't understand, but especially even when it comes to people with friendship, what we call friends is actually associates, because the people we call our friends, really, if you really truly look at the definition of what a friend is, then they're not really friends, they're associates. And so it's the same thing when you look at talk about eros love or romantic love.
Okay, I agree. And see, the lady is saying, listen to Owen, go ahead, quote the scripture and everything. Very good, Owen. And so to whom much is given, much is required. You seem to definitely have that knowledge. So as you be a good friend and you set the example for all these ladies in your discussions, and particularly this is Valentine's, period. So when you have these conversations, bring it up. Do you truly know what love is? Do you know what the Bible says? This is how it's done properly. So please share as you move about and associate with your relatives and your friends. Train them, Owen, train them properly, okay?
We'll try my best.
Very good, very good. Spread that knowledge. Okay, Gwen?
Okay, good afternoon all. Yeah, I'm still here.
Mhm.
So I attended the same meeting that Tira and everybody attended. I think overall it's a good social setting, I guess. I am still up in the air about whether I liked it or not. I was unable to stay for the entire meeting, but it just felt, in my opinion, that was my first time attending a Toastmasters meeting, let me say.
Okay.
And it felt kind of, I don't know if artificial is the right word, because everybody felt so extra. I'm sorry, but that was just my opinion of it. So maybe I need to attend it and stay for a whole meeting in order to judge it fairly. So that's my honest opinion, I guess, of my first time experience with Toastmasters.
Okay. So, and that's fair. And there are millions of clubs. So if this one may be too bougie, just find another one, or because there are ones at you work, at school, at church, all over. It's
Okay.
just that you want to build your network and be
Yes,
around
understood.
like-minded people that you could perhaps leverage on for some knowledge. Okay.
Okay.
All
Okay.
right. All right. Good. Justine?
Today, I attended the same meeting and Touchdown to Love.
Okay.
I'm not sure if I got 5% for networking, so I just want to make sure. But
Okay.
yes, it was organized, and the first one we attended, they spoke relative to love, and they spoke about the word of the day was dote, and it says the meaning of dote is to be excessively fond of someone, to shower them with love. And the question, what we all were just speaking on, is it better to love to have lost? Is it better to love than to never have loved at all,
Yeah.
to lose that love?
Yeah.
So in a way, I disagree with what Owen said. It's my opinion, because if you take it from a biblical standpoint, also look at God. He loved us so much that he gave his only son to die for us, but yet we continue to hurt him over and over again. But he still loved us. So if you love someone, I mean, you may get hurt, but I think it's an opportunity to learn and, maybe correct some things that you may have done wrong, or how to go better about the situation. So we had the ultimate love, and we still choose to do things our way and still, hurt him, but he still loved us. So it was really interesting, and I did enjoy it. And, they talked about the different kind of love: agape love, family love, eros love. So it's different types of love. So the whole essence, what I got from it, was, to love, you know, have that openness, I guess, to be love, or to give love, and not to be selfish.
Okay. Very, very good, Justine. Thank you so much. And
That's
I'm
my
glad-
5 cents.
Yes, thank you so much for sharing. And I'm happy that most of us are still hopeful in love and looking for that, what is it, fairy tale, happily ever after. So very good. Okay, so thank you all for sharing. Renee, you have your hand up. Go ahead, Renee.
Good evening, everyone.
Good day.
I didn't attend the Toastmasters meeting on love, but I did attend the same meeting as Renika with the Bahamas Rotary Club of Nassau, lunchtime meeting. The meeting itself was very short. It was an hour long, and they got through all the necessary steps that the Rotary meetings do. And the presentation, although it was short, it was very informative. And at the end of the presentation, we asked everyone who was on the Zoom call what do you practice in your personal life to keep a peaceful home? Apart from having it the way you want to, what do you do? Do you meditate? Do you do yoga? Do you exercise? So finding out what everyone else do to practice peace would help me try some of those habits in my personal life to be peaceful as well. So that's it.
Okay, good. So like I say, not only at work, but at home, we learn get some good information and then we get all the definitions of love. So very comforting, and I'm glad you all felt engaged and participated. So thank you so much for that. Okay, so let's get to this review now. Let's make sure that we have all the understanding, that we comprehend, and that Ms. Bullock could test your knowledge, okay? We don't want to have a good memory. We want to ensure that you understand, okay? So we're going to look at some of the topics on the review sheet and just to ensure that everybody's on the same page and that we know how to answer these questions. So let's just see. I think I pressed the wrong thing. Can you see my screen? No?
No.
No.
Not yet, no.
Okay. So, okay, so let me try again. I don't know what I did. Here we go. Share the screen. Okay, share. Okay, there we go. So the first topic, and this is all the way back to chapter 1, money laundering, terrorist financing, and proliferation of weapons crimes. Okay, and so Tira and Renika is going to give us 10 points on this subject. We're going to think about what possible questions could be asked and how we would answer it. So I will start by saying that there are 21 crimes that fall under money laundering, right? And so let's have what Tira and Renika says out of these 21 crimes. Go ahead, ladies.
Okay, Ms. Bullitt. Okay, we started off by defining money laundering as the process of taking illicit or criminal funds generated from illegal activities and converting those funds into legitimate appearing assets, profit-seeking. Apparent assets. Money laundering is profit-seeking, and the source of funds are unlawful sources, such as extortion, kidnapping, narcotics, trafficking, smuggling, fraud, theft, and robbery. There are 3 methods of money laundering, or 3 stages, which is placement.
We don't need to go into the stages for this. So far, so good. We don't need the stages for this question.
Okay. Oh, okay.
So you're on the right track. You listed about 5 of the 21, right? And the question won't ask you for more than 5. So if it asks you for 5, you can list 5 and then perhaps go into detail about 3 of them, and that should be sufficient to give you points. So out of those 5 you listed, extortion, counterfeiting, all of those. Now give me 3 in detail.
Okay, so I chose out of the money laundering crimes, I chose human trafficking. I did a little reading on Adrian Fox.
Okay, very good.
So Adrian Fox allegedly earned up to $300,000 from human trafficking, and the US federal prosecutors, they were not pleased with what the Bahamas gave him as a punishment, just 100 hours of community service. And for them, it felt like a slap on the wrist. So they were trying to urge the New York judge to jail him for up to 6 months. And he smuggled approximately 100 individuals within that time period, earning up to that $300,000. Then I looked into...
Right now, let's get into the definition. You have the definition of human trafficking. We want to make sure you get the full point. So you definitely got good points for the case.
Example, okay.
Yeah.
So I have to define human trafficking.
Correct.
And then go into the
case, right?
Okay. And state. No, I didn't define that.
Okay, but just so you know what to do in the exam. Okay, what's your next crime?
Counterfeiting. So I would define that first.
Mm-hmm.
And then I'll go into George Floyd with the $20
Very good.
that he went to purchase a pack of cigarettes from the convenience store, and the 19-year-old teenage clerk was the person that actually, at first he took it from him, and then he said he recognized it as fake, and the police was called, and George Floyd was killed outside the convenience store, but nobody during the case, nobody actually addressed the fact that was that $20 bill actually fake.
Correct. Okay, very good. Okay,
So
so you're definitely on the right track. You want to give a small introduction, then you want to go in and list your crimes, and then you want to give definitions and cases to follow up, and you should get 10 points.
Okay. So Wanika, help us her stuff.
Yes. Okay. So I'll be doing terrorism financing, and the objective of TF is to intimidate a population or compel a government or an international organization to do or abstain from doing any specific act to the threat of violence. So my 3 crimes in this case would be, I did fraud, as we all know, the recent case with the 2 men in Sun Oil, that whole conspiracy with RBC, where the guy, Mr. Moss, he deposited $195,000 on December 13, and he attempted to withdraw the money January 20th. And then my other crime would be tax evasion. This is still illegal non-payment or underpayment of taxes. An example of this would be Wesley Snipes. He was sentenced through 3 years in prison back in 2008, and he was fined $5 million for tax evasion. And then the last crime would be trafficking firearms. Okay, so Larry S. Burrows was apprehended by the Royal Bahamas Police Force on December 16, 2021. As his flight disembarked from Nassau, he was suspected of taking part in armed trafficking from the United States to the Bahamas since 2016.
Okay, very, very, very good, ladies. I just want to ensure that we are all on the same page and we understand that all the crimes, even though I may have written it this way, that says money laundering, PF crimes, all of these crimes fall under money laundering. So terrorist financing is a crime under money laundering. Proliferation of weapons is a crime under money laundering. Okay, so I just want to be clear on that.
Okay.
Okay, so it should say money laundering crimes, just so there's no confusion.
Okay.
Okay, so very good, ladies. Any questions on crimes, and we know how to answer this question and receive our 10 points?
But we may not get a whole page and a half if we write in front and back. That's okay?
What do you mean? There's no word count. Just make sure you have your 10 points. There's no word count.
Okay.
Okay.
Ms. Paulette, I have a question, please.
Yes, go ahead.
So how they would have given us examples of actual case studies. Are we allowed to, I guess, pretty much would it be if all of us end up quoting the same cases or all find different cases?
Wait 1 second, we're getting some feedback. So let's mute some mics so we can make sure we hear persons. 1 second. Did everybody mute their mic except the person that's speaking? Okay, go ahead, speak again. Nicole, was it Nicole?
Yes, it was. My question was how they gave us examples of case studies that they would have already found. I wanted to know, do we have to all find different case studies, or if we end up referencing these same case studies, I guess in different detail based on our understanding, would that be okay, or do we all have to find different studies?
It'll be okay, but it's when you get 18 papers with the same thing, it is, nobody thinks outside of the box. Okay, this review class is just to use as a guide. The book is just to use as a guide, right?
Okay.
So you should be doing your own research, and there are many cases out there. We don't want everybody to do the human trafficking. Look what just happened in Bimini. One person survived, 39 died, right? And so there are many other cases out there. There are many sex trafficking cases. The Haitians are continuously being smuggled. So you don't have to use just the Adrian Fox is the most popular one, but there are many other cases out there. Just so you don't have 18 people with the same paper.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Okay. Very good, ladies. Very good.
My question, I have a question if that's all right.
Go ahead.
My question regarding how they were using the terrorist financing examples, like how they gave those little excerpts, then would we have to go back and after that explain how this could possibly be related to terrorist financing, or it's just fine to say like this is an offense that could be connected?
Yeah, you just give the definition of whatever fraud, terrorist financing, tax evasion, and then you give a case. And then that's it. You should get full points.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Yeah. Okay. All right. So number 2 was the fines for tipping off and failing to disclose. Now, Andre Lisa emailed some stuff to me. But Shaquille Forbes and Tennille Bain, are you here?
Yes, ma'am, I'm here.
Andre Lisa worked with you?
I didn't. I saw it was a repeat of a question, but I didn't work with Miss Lisa.
Okay, yeah, number 11. Okay, because there was no Anthony Stubbs. That's what happened. Okay, so go ahead, ladies.
I guess I'll start. I split it into offense, defense, and penalty. So I started with the Proceeds of Crime Act 2018. I went into section 12, which speaks to failure to disclose, and the offense is an offense of a person, a firm, or a sole practitioner fails to disclose as soon as practicable to the focal point officer. Then I thought it was important to know what a focal point officer is. So section 2 of that act states that is a person or is an officer authorized by the FIU Financial Intelligence Unit to receive a disclosure of information relating to money laundering.
So they could have just put the MLRO, right? Why did they put focal point? And I think you just have the law.
You know what it was. That's why I had to find a definition. That's what they.
Yeah, but more than likely these will be the multiple choice questions, so you don't have to worry so much about essay form, just knowing the penalty. And like I said, these questions are always on the exam, and people always only get 1 right. Please get the 2 right, please.
Okay.
Sorry.
And they said when this happens, or the offense comes into play when you fail to disclose as soon as practical to the MLRO, or how they have it, the focal point officer, that another person is engaged in money laundering and or predicated crime. And then we know the predicated crimes would be like they had cybercrime, human trafficking, weapons of mass destruction, and so on, where he or she suspects or has reasonable grounds to suspect such is the case, and knowledge or suspicion that it came to his attention in the course of his business. So that was one of the criteria. It has to come within your profession or your business. And what I found interesting is that when they talk about the suspicion goes to the commissioner of police, and whereas the knowledge would go to the FIU. So I thought that was, at least for me, important to know the difference and know why they was talking, but have the knowledge and suspect. Then I went into the defense of it that was spoken to in section 12, subsection 4, when it says it is a defense to prove that the accused had a reasonable excuse for not disclosing the information, or that given the circumstances of that particular case, he could not reasonably have known or suspected that person was engaged in money laundering or a predicated crime. So it's right here, they're saying basically, if you wouldn't have the knowledge, it didn't come into your awareness, then you're fine. But you have to show that, you have to display that to the court and satisfy them to that fact. Then they talked in section 15, the penalty for failure to disclose. It says the offense is punishable on summary conviction, and that's up to 12 years in prison. Sorry, but that's something else that just came up on my screen. Or a fine, and the fine doesn't exceed $500,000, or both. Then they also said alternatively, it could also be an indictable punishment, and you also could get sent to prison on that for 20 years, or a fine, or both. Then I guess if Lisa, is it Lisa? She wants to
No,
take.
she isn't here. She isn't here.
Okay, so would you like me to continue on the tipping?
Yeah, go ahead. Yes, go ahead, please.
Okay, section 14 of the POCA Act speaks about tipping off. It states that section 14 of the POCA Act of Crime 2018 makes it an offense for any person to disclose to any party or any information likely to prejudice an investigation where that person knows or suspects that a suspicious activity report has been made, or that an investigation is underway or proposed. The penalty for tipping off can be up to 12 years imprisonment or a fine, or both. So I guess my main takeaway from that was that once you have that knowledge, or you have that suspicion, and you already have filed a report and it's gone through the proper channels, and you know that the FIU is on the way of going through an investigation, or a proposed investigation is being put forward, and you speak on that, you are tipping off, and then you will be facing jail time or a hefty fine.
Okay, great. Very, very good, Tania. Do we see what the fines are for both tipping off and failure to disclose?
Could you repeat that again, please? The fines on.
Tania?
I'll tell you right now, the section 15 in the POCA Act for disclosure will be imprisonment, summary conviction, imprisonment up to 12 years, and a fine of $5,000 or both. That can also be an indictable crime, meaning that I guess it will go to the Supreme Court, and I guess it will be a longer time, being 20 years and a heftier fine. And for tipping off, section 15 also speaks to that, for saying that you can face a summary conviction or imprisonment not exceeding 12 years and a fine of $500,000 as well. And alternatively, it could also be an indictable crime with an imprisonment time up to 20 years. And it didn't specify what the fine was for that portion, but I believe it might be the same as the summary conviction, $500,000, but I'd have to ask someone about that.
Okay, we good, Owen?
Perfect, thanks.
Okay, great.
Hey, Ms. Bullard, can you just clarify, please? Is it 12 years or 2 years? Because I'm looking at the guidebook on page 56, and it says up to 2 years.
Yeah.
On
56, this is why I said that we had to go to the act itself, because that book was written before 2018.
Okay.
So that's what it was in the old act. And in the 2018 Act, once it was updated, this is what it changed to.
So it is 12.
Yeah, I look at the screen, you can see it on the screen.
I'm having trouble reading it, but okay, I'll look.
Yeah, I was trying to make it as big as possible. Yeah. Okay.
Oh, there it is. Okay, got it.
Yeah. Okay, good. Anybody else have questions? No? Okay. Very, very good, Tania. Thank you so much. Domestic terrorism, Shanae and Shaquille. I guess Shanae. No Shanae Menace. Okay, so domestic terrorism. When I spoke about domestic terrorism, we talked about in 2019, there were more than 365 cases of domestic terrorism in the US. And when you see this on the exam, you can use US examples as well. And of course, we know when America sneezes, Bahamas catches a cold, right? And so we just want to put this on our radar. When we think about terrorism, we always go to Al-Qaeda and ISIS and, everybody from the Middle East. But it has started to happen, not as frequently, you know, as America, thank God, but we just want to have the awareness and to ensure that we know what's going on right next door to us. So if you want to look at Bahamas cases, there were 6 men that were shot in Jerome Avenue in April of 2021. There was a baby shower that was shot up in Montel Heights where 13 people got shot. And then there was a shooting at a park in Fox Hill where 8 persons got shot. Okay. And so they would primarily be the local cases. But if there is a question on the exam and it specifically talks about domestic, we mean USA as well as Bahamas. So if you're going to answer the terrorism questions, you can do your research on the cases that you would want to point out and say exactly, you know, what is causing this and why it's happening. Okay. Questions on domestic terrorism?
I get what it for that particular question. Could we still give the, I guess, the same definition first of terrorist terrorist finance, and basically that their whole thing is to maybe intimidate the population or compel the government to do something, or that wouldn't be appropriate for underneath domestic terrorism?
Yeah, but it's still the intimidation because ours come from gangs, right?
Yes.
Yeah, and so you would just say, you know, another to our gang, and this they want to recruit. One year I was out to Montague to the, you know, when they used to have the boat races and stuff, and there was a concert going on, and my nephew was there with me. He was only about 19 at the time, and this guy just stood next to us dancing to the music, whatever, and we thought he was pretty cool. Then he, you know, he was dressed really nice and neat, and he introduced himself. And then, of course, you know, I thought him and my nephew was in about the same age group. So, you know, I went about my business and I came back and they were engaged in conversation. And so when I came back, my nephew was like, okay, Aunt, we want to leave. I said, no, we having a good time. He said, no, we want to leave. And I say, okay, it was nice to meet you, guy, whatever. And so we walk off and he said, I don't really want to leave, but that guy just told me that if I want $10,000 and I want a car and I want Jordans and Nautica, that they having a gang meeting in Fox Hill. And if I told him where I live, he would pick me up and they looking for some young guys to recruit. Okay, and this was right out, and he didn't even know him. This was right out, and I was just amazed. And I said, really, was this a joke? Like, he was like, he's serious. He pulled out his phone. He gave me his number. He was showing me, you know, his car and all these different stuff that he get from being in the gang. And he was saying it was a brotherhood. And I was like, are you serious? I said, please tell me this is a joke. And he said, I am dead serious. And I was like, what did you say? He was like, well, I was so afraid. I just had to go along with it. And I had to take his number and tell him, yeah, I could call him. You know, so you know, like I say, domestically, we want to find out what is causing this and what is this centered around. Okay, and in the Bahamas, it's you know, gangs. Okay, so you can do, if you're going to answer that question, you could do some research on that aspect.
Ms. Billard.
Yeah.
Also with this question, you could have give an example of the teacher from QC that was killed at Village Road and Parquet.
Yeah, well, terrorism is normally when there's a group of persons, 3 or more persons, and they consider it terrorism.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it was just her and her son, her 2 sons, but luckily they.
Oh, I was looking at the prospect of, I was looking at the side of who did it, like if it was a gang initiation or something.
Well, they say it was gang initiation, but.
Okay. All righty.
Yeah. Okay, let's see what's happening in the chat. Her sons went to school with me, so sad. Yeah, well, the eldest, yeah. She actually grew up with me. My grandmother lived next door to them, and so they were very good friends of ours my entire life. Yeah, it was very sad. Yeah. Okay, so IMF and the disaster recovery. Renee and Renee? I got two sets of homework, one from Stuart, one from Sandra. So do we have two Renees?
Yeah, we do have two
Okay.
Renees.
Did y'all connect?
We did.
Okay, great.
Okay, so even up to this morning, we were trying to discuss this, but we did have some issues. So I'll just read to you what we both gathered.
Why y'all so why not go back like y'all asked? Why
I
did you
did.
not go back
I
to the
I watched the
remember?
class. I did.
And what happened?
I don't know. I still was kind of confused.
Let's see what you have. Go ahead.
Okay. The IMF, the International Monetary Fund, also known as the World Bank. The International Monetary Fund was designed to aid in preventing crisis by providing short-term loans to assist countries with payment problems. It also acts as a monitor of the world's currencies. The IMF to date has...
That's it.
Huh?
No more. That's just the introduction. That's sufficient.
Okay.
No more about them. Let's go to
Okay.
Bahamas Disaster Recovery.
In the midst of crisis, the Bahamian government would seek financial assistance from the IMF to aid in disaster relief. Our government would do this to assist in the timely adoption of targeted fiscal measures to boost health, spending.
No. Too much fluff.
Okay,
What happened in 2018?
I don't know. I don't think I know.
But you could
Wasn't
not have
Dorian.
listened to the thing and
I
not know.
Dorian, you was right.
I was right?
I thought Dorian was 2019.
It was 2019.
Yeah, but they came in 2018. If you listen to the recording, you would have heard all of this.
Yeah, they came early and they suggested that the Bahamas go back into the insurance thing, and then the F&M government took the bait, and they were lucky because Dorian happened the following year. We were straight.
That was class 3.
Who was
that
that
I watched.
speaking? That's Renee?
That was Renika.
Renika, right. So Renee, when you listened, you didn't hear any of that?
I didn't know that had to do with what I do now. So that's my apologies. I was listening to hear something that specifically said disaster relief. Sorry.
It's specific. Go ahead, Renika. Tell us what you heard when you listened, Renika.
Basically, from listening to the video last night, Renee, 2018, the IMF or the people that came and they said that the Bahamas is not insured because the PLP government says it doesn't make no sense us insuring, because when we insured and we claim, you guys say that because it was in a Hurricane 5, we can't technically claim. And what are the chances that we'll have a Hurricane 5? So they threw it out the window, and then the F&M government came in and they were like, you know what, let's insure again, because they said that our laws for protection needed to be revamped. So they insured, and luckily they were insured. We had Dorian. They could have claimed.
Okay, but there were 3 things that they put in place for the disaster relief plan. Do you remember the 3 things?
No, ma'am, I don't remember all 3 of them.
So, and again, this is showing up on the exam often, and this is a very easy question to answer. So they paid the insurance, which was $900,000. They got a $1 million line of credit from the IDB, and then they secured half of the dormant funds was to the sum of $44 million. Okay, remember when we talked about the dormant funds? Renee?
Yes, I remember the dormant funds
Right,
that we hold for 7 years, and and it goes to the government.
Right. And so in that same speech, that's where we talked about, they came in, they did a review. We put an action plan in place to satisfy them in terms of disaster relief. Luckily, we acted swiftly because a few months later, we had Hurricane Dorian. Okay, so that is the importance of us putting those plans in place. Paying the insurance, dormant funds, and the loan from the IDB. Okay, That's how you answer that question. That's how you get 10 points. Very easy question to get 10 points.
Ms. Bullard, I have a question. In a question like this, how would we insert a case study? Like, how do you, I know we could talk about Dorian and the fact that it came, and so that because we took action, we were secured. But how do we?
Yeah, you could say that successive governments, we have had Hurricane Matthew, where Halkitis was the Minister of Finance or State Minister, and where he said, what is the probability of us having 5 or category 5? And then we had a hurricane Joaquin where we didn't get pay again because it was an excessive rain. And so then he stood up in the House of Assembly, said, what is the probability of us having excessive rain and a category 5? It'll never happen. 1 year later, it happened. Okay, so you could explain that that was the reason behind them canceling it altogether. But yeah, when the IMF came and they said, oh no, you can't just cancel it. You have to have some plan in place just in case something happens. And lo and behold, it happened.
Okay.
Yeah. So even though we still ended up in a very bad state, it could have been worse. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, good. Owen and Nicole.
Okay. First, is it okay if I share the screen?
Sure, go ahead.
Okay, I want to show you something. Okay. I think that's it. Okay. This here, what happened is our question was to identify as in 2017, the FATF, Financial Action Task Force, they produced a mutual report, and they had 40 recommendations, and these recommendations were classed as either compliant, which is for C, largely compliant, which is LC, and partially compliant, which was PC, and then non-compliant, which is NC. Now, later on, I will tell you how much of each they got. But they had one NC, which is non-compliant. That's this number 6 right here, which is that we were non-compliant in targeted financial sanctions related to terrorism and terrorist financing. And so if you look over here, these are the reasons why they cited us as non-compliant. The first
is this specifically for the Bahamas, this report that you're showing?
As far as I am aware, yes, it is. Yes, it is.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is for the Bahamas.
Okay. Okay, just making sure because one of these are on their site for every country. So I guess making sure you have the correct one. Okay.
Okay.
But this is a difficult way to understand it, you know, at this level. That's why I said, if you look at the mutual evaluation report that I sent,
this is what
if you look in the key findings. Sorry?
This is the one that you sent us.
No, that's not what I sent.
No?
I don't think so. I sent something that was 157 pages.
This is 157 pages. See?
We use this and we use the other report. But with you saying that, Ms. Bullard, that actually does make sense because we started with this report and we were very, very confused in the beginning. And when we got to the next report, like literally last night, it started to make more sense.
Yeah, that's why I said use the, so pull up the next report and use the key findings. So that's the easiest. Pick the first 3. That's the easiest way. Because you know that we were deficient in 22. And so some of the recommendations tell you to do 4 things. And that's why you may have been partially compliant or largely compliant. But that still means that a part of it needed to be remediated.
Okay, let me put up another report then. Just give me a minute.
But we don't even need a report, Owen. We talked in this class. The risk assessment, the national risk assessment is not complete. Recommendation 1 says countries assess their risk, right? Right. We know that off the bat. So the risk assessment, we got an update. Somebody sent me an update last night where I think it was Tira. Was it Tira? No, oh no,
No, it
I think
wasn't me.
it was Andre Lisa that sent an update that the National Risk Assessment is now being completed. It was scheduled for March 2021. For completion, it's now scheduled for June 2022. Cassandra Nordich put something in the newspaper this week about it. Okay, she was the head of supervision for banks for many years. I don't know what her position is now. So we know recommendation 1 was deficient, right?
Okay.
And the one that you said was completely non-compliant was our terrorism, right?
Right, the sanction.
Right, and the sanctions. So we updated recommendations 6, 7, and 8, I think, and then 24 to cover sanctions.
Okay.
Okay,
Now,
and what's the third one?
We was talking about statistics and then on the situation on our Peps, politically exposed persons. But I was going to expand on this came up with what they recommended that we work on, and I think we worked on them already. And these are in here.
You need to say to answer this question. Recommendation 1 was deficient, completing the country's risk assessment. And
Well,
what the country did.
We did mention that, Ms. Bullard, a little further down in this same document. If Owen, if you can scroll down a little further, Owen, we did the fact that one of the recommendations spoke to the national risk assessment, and then we spoke to the fact that when we try in the country trying to address it, that was one of the main things we did to address the deficiency. We like restructured the national risk framework, and they tried to even make it more public with presenting the knowledge to more persons in the financial industry.
And so we regulated all of our industry to ensure that they all give valuable information. Remember when we talked about the DNFBPs, where they weren't regulated, which are the accountants, the lawyers, and the real estate. So they weren't regulated. So they had to now make a contribution. So that was one of the steps we took to ensure that it's a full assessment, not just partial. We remember that just in 2015, the gaming board had just regulated the gaming houses. So, we didn't have any information from the gaming houses.
Also, we encourage more training for staff in the LEAs, which is law enforcement agencies. We established legislation and mechanisms for the domestic designation, freezing without delay, the listing and unfreezing of procedures in accordance with the United.
Yeah, but don't try to remember those. You don't need to, they are not important for the purpose of this exam. You could stop right at unfreezing procedures. And yeah.
So sorry, I just want to get an understanding of the expectation for answering this question. So we're just listing the recommendations and then listing what we did as a country to cure it?
Yes.
Okay.
So about no more than 3. So you can pick 3 of the 22 and what the recommendation requires. What did the Bahamas do to satisfy?
Okay, so Ms. Bullard, I have a question because we did look at one of the ones that was partially compliant, which we chose recommendation 33 statistics. And then we went into, like Owen said, the deficiencies that they said, which was pretty much that our annual reports were not available and we weren't reporting to the FIU as we should. And then we found that to address it, that's pretty much what we did. Now we implemented annual reports. They're now made public and they're done on a more consistent basis. Would that be, I guess, how we would tackle the question?
Yes.
And then when we did a reassessment, we now moved from the partially compliant to largely compliant in the end. So we currently in a largely compliant status for that particular recommendation.
Okay, yes, correct.
Okay.
And that's it.
Okay, so very good. Any questions about how to answer? No? Okay.
Ms. Bullard, you just pick 3 out of the 22 recommendations and say what we did to cure it, and that's it?
Yes.
Ms. Bullard, I have a little confusion with the NBs. Okay, I think one of the classmates said that we were deficient in it in the newspaper, and then we only had like 22 more that we had to work out. compared to the last report. So we are, since they issued what we're deficient in, that would mean that we ain't ready, put steps in place to cure it so we could find that through research, or we just
There's an update. There's an update sheet. I think I sent that as well. I told you.
Yeah, there is.
Yeah, so I sent the update sheet. If you look at the update sheet, go into the search, we press Control and F and put risk. And it'll tell you everything we did for risk.
Okay.
Put the DM and FPPs, it'll tell you everything we did for them and what the Bahamas did to satisfy beneficial owners, substance, all of these different things, all of that.
Just to add to it, Ms. Bullard, the one that we were originally non-compliant in initially, we're no longer non-compliant in that with the update assessment.
Sorry, update of what?
I was saying that the one that we were originally non-compliant in, with the assessments, the reassessment, we're no longer in a non-compliant status for that one.
Okay, that's terrorism on terrorism.
Sanctions, yeah.
Updated our terrorism laws.
Right.
Correct.
And they satisfy, yeah, that requirement.
Right, that's
Yeah.
correct.
Okay. Okay, good, good. All right, Owen and Nicole, thank you so much. Okay, so where we statutory requirements, Militia and Michelle.
Okay, so statutory requirement. It is mandated under the Financial Transforming Act 2018 that financial institutions have 5 statutory requirements that are necessary and must be followed. I will go through the first 2 and Michelle will continue with the last 3. So 1, the verification of identity. You must verify the identity of any individual pursuant to Section 7 of this Act. And you must verify them using credible source documents, being able to determine their full and correct names, their date and place of birth, getting contact information from them, and the nature of their business, of their account. For corporate entities, you must be able to verify the necessary original and/or certified documents. Then we have 2, the record keeping. These are vital because the records need to be maintained and accessible for full disclosure if needed and kept no less than 5 years from the date of the transaction.
For the central bank, for the Securities Commission, 7 years.
So how much for the central bank, you said? It's
5
different?
years for the central
5,
bank.
okay.
7
5.
years for Compliance Commission and Securities Commission.
Okay.
Yeah. And each regulator has its either 5 years or 7 years. So I wouldn't say just 5 years.
Okay.
Yeah. Or you like you said, no less than. Yeah.
Correct.
So no less than 5 years should be sufficient.
So could you just say 5 to 7 years and that covers it?
Sure.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So moving on to point 3, that's training. So annual training on the identification and reporting of suspicious transactions as per the company's specific written policies and procedures, and that's reporting to the MLRO is required. Training is recommended for all employees dealing directly with the public, as well as specifically the account opening officers, back office and operations supervisors and managers, sorry. Also, new staff in all these areas should be trained within 1 month of being hired.
And staff should be trained. All staff should be trained
annually.
Yeah. Okay.
And new staff within 1 month of being hired.
Okay.
Okay. The 4th. Can I go ahead?
Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry. Okay. So the 4th point is monitoring. All financial institutions must have systems and controls in place to facilitate the ongoing monitoring of account activities for current customers to potentially identify suspicious transactions. Higher risk accounts should be monitored more frequently and with greater scrutiny and every year. Lower and medium risk accounts should be monitored every 2 to 3 years. And then the 5th point is reporting. All financial institutions must have an MLRO, so money laundering reporting officer, on staff. This is the person who receives the reports of the suspicious transactions, whether related to money laundering or terrorist financing. And it is their specific responsibility to disclose this information to the the FIU and the police as warranted.
Okay, there's a question that says to the FIP and the FPI or FUI, make sure you know it's the FIU. Make sure you know that it's SPR. There are multiple choice questions. Don't be tricked by those questions. Make sure you read it properly. Okay, there's also a question that says money laundering, the 3 stages, placement, layering, and into something, but it's not integration. So don't get tricked. People always get tricked by those questions. Okay, read all the questions properly. Okay, so very, very good, ladies. Any questions on the statutory requirements? No? Okay, good. Very clear and concise information and enough to get you full point. So very good. Risk framework, Lavashti and Mikhail.
Here. Hello?
Hi.
Hi. Okay, so wait, let me just pull up the essay. So I will begin presenting the first portion of the presentation, and then I will hand it over to Mikhail after the first 2 points. So the first point is obviously defining what the risk framework is. So the risk framework is the process used to identify the potential threats to an organization in an effort to implement policies and procedures to eliminate or minimize the threats that are, to eliminate or minimize those threats, as well as developing a strategy or guidelines to monitor and review potential and inherent risks to an organization. Point number 2, recommendation by the FATF states that all or any organization operating as a financial institution should develop and practice a risk framework based upon a risk-based approach strategy to mitigate risk. The risk-based approach should be developed by targeting on the following aspects that hold a threat to the organization. Those threats would be risk identification and assessment, risk management and mitigation, and documentation of the risk assessment. Point number 3, a risk assessment can be automated or manual, simple or complex. The dynamic of the assessment is determined entirely by that organization. And in developing a risk assessment, the key focus of that assessment should be created based on the following factors. Factor number 1, assessing a client's risk. This would be based upon a client's rating that would be based upon their social status and financial transactions pattern to determine whether they should be rated on a scale ranging from either high, medium, or low, based on the potential or inherent risk that they present upon entering an organization. And an example of this can be seen when organizations are dealing with Peps or persons associated with Peps. Point number 2 would be assessing the products and services. This assessment will be based on where an organization will have to take into account the possibility of the risk associated with clients potentially using the products and services to engage in high-risk activities such as money laundering or terrorist financing activities. And I will allow Mikhail to take over at point number 4.
Okay, so the next 2 points or major points in doing the assessment would be assessing geographic location. Institutions will need to identify jurisdictions and countries that are significantly deficient in FATF requirements. These institutions will then need to assess the risk and possible money laundering or terrorist financing associated with operating in or doing business with individuals in these jurisdictions. Companies will then determine a framework for doing business with different countries based on the risk rating that is assigned. The next point is assessing delivery channels. This refers to how the client will receive their products or service, either directly or through an intermediary. Companies will need to respond appropriately to the risk associated with both. The use of an intermediary may present a greater risk for money laundering or terrorist financing or other complications. So then we go on to the risk appetite. The company will determine if the risk rating assigned are within their risk appetite for doing business. Risk appetite is the amount and type of risk that an organization is prepared to pursue, retain, or take. Risk mitigation. So it is the company's duty to implement an AML or terrorist financing risk-based approach that meets industry standards or measures. These measures are as follows, and I think persons from other groups would have touched on some of these things already, but establishing system
No, you all
controls.
actually need to scale this down. It's a lot of information, but it's only 10 points. And there's a lot of points in there. So
Right,
y'all
so we
need to
weren't
scale.
entirely sure. So just a quick overview. So it's
Yeah,
really three
where there
major
are
points.
five, where there are 5 points, cut them down to 2 or 3.
Okay.
All right, so how we approached it, Ms. Bullard, just so that we know what to do for the exam, we basically broke it down into the identification and assessment, then we did the risk management, mitigation, and the benefits. So specifically, just so that we more streamlined, what would the question be looking for?
Okay, so it'll look for the framework, right? And so you, of course, would say risk appetite, risk assessment, and then risk rating.
Rating, yes.
2 points
All
on
right.
risk appetite, 2 points on risk assessment, 2 points on risk rating, and you should get full points.
Okay.
All right, so I mean, then that means that we would have covered it, because then, like I said,
So,
it was
yeah,
just going to-
yeah, the explanation was a bit lengthy, but
okay,
for an essay, it was very good. But all those points that you mentioned can give you points, but you just need to scale it down.
Okay,
All
no
right,
problem.
so that's it for us then.
That's it for us.
Okay, good, very good, very
Thank
good.
you.
Any questions on risk?
So Ms. Bullard, we just define the risk framework and then list the 3 and then points on each?
Yeah, list the 3: risk appetite, risk assessment, risk rating, and just explain what it is. And then you could say methodology, and then you could say you could have a control library, something like that. Or you could say the 3 lines of defense, but good. Or you could talk about risk mitigation, but you don't need to talk about all 4 of the steps. Or you could talk about geographical risk, but you don't need to talk about risk assessment or something like that. So either or.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, you're welcome.
Ms. Bullard, one question. When you be talking about risk, there's different types of risk. There's compliance risk, credit risk, financial risk. But my question is that when they gonna speak to compliance risk, would we have to talk about credit risk and criminal risk and other type of risks?
No, if after, remember now, the specific is on the framework, not the types. So you can mention one of them, but don't go into depth detail. Remember in the class, I talked about concentration risk. You more considered, you get more points for discussing the framework and how the framework works and the methodology of the risk rating and stuff like that. Remember, we looked at what the Basel Committee does and how they risk rate countries and the categories. Remember, bribery and corruption, transparency, the CFATF reports, that's the methodology. So you get more points for going that route. Okay?
Perfect,
Okay.
thank you.
Okay, good. Okay, court orders, Lashanda and Lauren.
Hi.
Hi.
Yeah. Well, with court orders, there are multiple orders such as conviction-based, non-conviction-based monitoring, restraining orders, unexplained wealth orders, disclosure orders, production orders, and charging orders. With the conviction-based order, we are focused on the property seizure of the criminal act, as well as the individual who would have benefited from the crime. There's a case where Travis Seymour and Samantha Gilbert were charged in 2019 or 2020, where they stole over 200,000 from CIBC's ABMs, and they would have purchased items such as television, speakers, furniture, and those items were confiscated as well as another case in reference to Shakanya Thompson, I hope I pronounced the name right, where she would have stole over $180,000 from the National Insurance Board when she was employed at HLB Galanis. However, she would have defaulted on the agreement to make her installment payments. So she ended up having to spend 5 years in prison. Now, with the non-conviction based confiscation, it's more focused on the actual property. And there's a case with Perino Zanga and his wife. They were being investigated by the Italian government, and however, they had some funds down at the Equity Bank and Ansbach Bank in the Bahamas, and they requested through the Attorney General in 2018 to freeze assets. Now, the freeze order actually ended up being overturned because a full and frank disclosure on the details of the Italian court proceeding was not provided. With the monitoring, a police officer would apply to a judge to monitor a bank account, basically, and the monitoring period would start at a specific date, and it isn't retrospective, and it would not be longer than 3 months.
Okay. Okay, so very good. A lot of good cases. Primarily the questions are basic, you know, compare and contrast, like production versus disclosure or unexplained wealth. And so there are many cases, and like the cases that you discuss are very good. So very good. Anybody wants to ask any questions about the court orders? No?
What is the, how many orders can we list unexplained to get the full 10 points?
Again, it depends on what the question asks. The question is probably gonna ask you what's the difference between two? You put let's say just the disclosure order is A, B, and C, and unexplained wealth, you know, is one A, B, and C, and then one case, no more than 2 cases.
Okay.
Yeah.
Ms. Paulette, sorry, just for clarification. So that's like basically a case on each type?
Yeah, if you have one on each type, it may be just one case that you have on. Because like I said, our newspaper, you have to go international for them to say unexplained wealth or, you know, like that.
Oh, also, Ms. Bullitt, what would be an example of a disclosure order or production order?
But remember now, production means to produce. Disclosure means to disclose. So anybody who was asked to appear in court and give testimony, that's disclosure.
Okay.
In the banks, once you file an STR, they ask you to produce a copy of the transaction, a copy of the person's KYC, or even if you don't file an STR, they may be doing an investigation. So I had an account out of, where was it? Like Italy or somewhere, and they sent me, they said, this person is suspected of tax evasion in Italy. We require you to produce transactions from 2017 to 2021. So I had to send all of that in. So in the financial institutions, you will get those disclosure and appear in court and give testimony or produce the documents. Okay, and I don't like this question, but yes, but this is the most answered question and most successful question on the exams. Everybody seems to think this is, I used to hate the question completely, but people like it and they get full points. So very easy question to get full points. Yeah. Okay, Justine and Lacardia. I don't know if Lacardia is here.
No, that person isn't here.
Okay.
So that's red flags for organized crimes. Well, I just listed.
Okay, so if you see this question, there's going to be a scenario. This guy is the ambassador from Italy. He is married to somebody. They want to invest in gas and oil, and something, a scenario type question, and it will ask you to pick out the red flags in this transaction. So go ahead, Justine. What would be the red flags? Then it may ask you the risk rate, whether it's high, medium, or low.
Okay, though, what I found, according to the FATF, common indicators of red flags of potential money laundering activity include frequent high dollar cash transactions, use of large amounts of cash when checks would be expected and would be more convenient, many wire transfers to or from known bank secrecy havens around the world, immediate check or debit card withdrawals of large and frequent sums received by wire transfer, an account holder who pays undue attention to secrecy regarding personal or business identity, a lack of general knowledge about the customer's stated business, transactions that are inconsistent with a customer's expected activity and or line of business in an apparent effort to cover trafficking victims' living costs. That's in the case of human trafficking, or frequent sending or receipt of funds via cryptocurrency to or from black market websites or services known to be associated with illicit activity. And also in our handbook on page 61, there are several indicated there are also common red flags for organized crimes.
Okay, good, very good. And again, like I said, it'll be a scenario question, and you will pick out the red flags and risk rate, whether you would risk rate this person as high, medium, or low. And then you would say why you would rate them high, medium, or low. Because the person is a PEP, because it's outside of their profile, it's because of this and that and next. Right.
Okay.
Okay. Okay. Any questions on 9?
I have one. What is the use of a straw man? When I was reading, a few of us, when we read page 61, we weren't sure about what that term meant.
Okay. Oh, I found it. Let me, a straw man is a person who legally owns something in name only. This is done to hide the identity of the real owner. So that's what a straw man means, the definition I got.
Okay, very, very good, Justine. Okay, any other question? Okay, Gabrielle and Grant, customer due diligence.
So I didn't find Gabrielle, but for customer due diligence is the standard used by financial institutions that enable them to reasonably understand the nature of and the expected activity of the customer's transactions. Financial institutions use due diligence in order to, I guess, determine the client's risks. For individuals, financial institutions need to know the products and services being requested, the currency and denomination of each product or service, and then the purpose of the account. For businesses or entities, The same information needs to be known, that is the products and services denomination, currency, or purpose. But in addition, for business, the financial institution must also know the client, the country in which the client is doing business, and then the owners who own the company. So I went into simplified due diligence and enhanced due diligence. Would that be required for this question as well, Ms. Fuller?
Maybe, it could be.
Okay, so simplified due diligence and enhanced due diligence are two different levels of due diligence. Simplified due diligence is done on low-risk clients. There's a list of I guess, entities that would that financial institutions can do simplified due diligence on, and these are mainly entities who are regulated by I guess the central bank or the securities commissions. These are also they can also do simplified due diligence on central and local government or publicly traded companies listed on the international stock exchange. Like I said, simplified due diligence, these are low risk clients who must be reviewed within 2 to 3 years. So you must complete a review for them between 2 to 3 years. And also, if you're doing a simplified due diligence, you don't have to verify the existence of the client by collecting or verifying the corporate documents. And when you don't have to retain the records of the information or know who the beneficial owner is, because the thought is that, if these are regulated companies, someone has the pulse on it, or someone is checking to ensure that they're following the National Money Laundering Guide.
That's someone, sorry, Glenn, that someone would be the regulator.
Correct.
And the regulator
Yes.
says, trust us.
Yes.
However, I don't know, most of the Canadian banks say, sorry, we don't trust you. We don't open accounts for exempt customers. If the Scotia Bank goes down to Royal Bank, they have to bring all of their documentation.
That's what I went to say, because I don't recall. Yeah.
Yeah, I was at Royal Wealth and they blocked the account when my passport expired. They said, Ms. Bullitt, you have 1 week to bring in your passport or we will block this account. That means no customer check or no transfer can be cleared because my passport expired. I said, but I am Royal Wealth. What are you saying? But so remember, your policy can be more stringent than what the regulator says, but not less.
Correct.
Okay, so remember, one is lower, but policy internally could be different. Just for clarification. Go ahead.
And then some points on enhanced due diligence. Enhanced due diligence is conducted on high-risk clients. That would be a Peps or anyone who associated with sanctioned countries. Because high-risk customers, they're reviewed every year. Some of the additional things that they ask high-risk clients for, you have to know the source of funds. You have to know the expected activity. You have to conduct negative news searches. You have to know the source of wealth, and then you have to conduct name screening. So those are the additional things that you have to look for when you're dealing with the high-risk clients.
Okay, good. Very, very good. Any questions on customer due diligence? No? Okay, we're almost there. Peps, Crystal? I don't think Charlene is here.
I'm here, Ms. Bullitt.
Okay.
So, politically exposed persons. Politically exposed persons are, first of all, considered high-risk profiles. An individual who is a prominent public function in any of the following areas is considered a politically exposed person. So the areas are governmental roles, politicians, armed forces, central financial institutions, judiciary bodies, legislative roles, diplomatic roles, etc. People with close relations to Peps are also considered Peps, be it family members, parents, children, spouse, siblings, close associates, and close associates is defined as anyone that can conduct business on behalf of a PEP or state-owned entities and corporations.
So, Crystal, let me just ask you a question. How do we know this? When Perry Christie's brother-in-law comes in, what questions do we ask?
Okay, so I had that
further on down the line.
Oh, okay, go ahead.
Yes, okay, so Peps require enhanced due diligence. So you would ask them source of wealth, you would get world checks on them. They require board or committee approvals, Google or proximal searches, and they're required to be monitored on a yearly basis. So SFIs must be vigilant in identifying a PEP. They must also develop policies and procedures when dealing with PEPs, conduct enhanced monitoring of PEP customers, accounts, and business relations. And when you go into an establishment to open up an account, you should declare whether or not you are a PEP. Simple questions that you can ask to determine whether or not someone is a PEP. So you should ask them when they come. Of course, employment, you could find out where they are employed. You can find out, you could find out where they're employed. You can ask them, I guess, what other business relations they have. You could ask. I think there is a question that is on applications that asks, are you a politically exposed person? Are you related to any politically exposed person? So I think it all depends on your recruitment process, I guess you would say. When you sign up for an account or when you first open up an account, it all depends on the methods. That's what I want to use, the methodology that you use when you're taking on new accounts. Yes.
Yeah, very, very good. So you ask, are you a close associate? This is your brother-in-law. You plan on marrying them. You have to ask all those questions and you simply won't know. Okay, and then you monitor and you believe, and this is why the bottom line is you're required to know your customer. Okay, so very good. The roles of the board, senior management, the MLRO, is Brittany here? No, and Dorset, no? Okay, and this was the last chapter, chapter 8, where we covered the roles, and there's a multiple choice question, and that question is always, who is the ultimate responsibility for the AML CTF framework? And it's the board, right? And then we also know that the board, they meet 4 times a year, but they delegate their authority to senior management, but they are still ultimately responsible. So senior management accounts for the day-to-day, daily activities and what happens, and then they report back to the board. However, the board is ultimately responsible. We know that the MLRO, I think when they talked about statutory requirements, it's a regulated function. The see if SDRs investigate and then decide which SDRs are going to be filed. We know that there should be a compliance department, a risk department, and perhaps an AML department all rolled up in one, but sufficiently senior persons in each role to carry out each function. We don't want the compliance department being overwhelmed with tasks, and so they don't have enough free time to ensure that the company is compliant. You want to ensure that there's independence, so there's no fear or in making decisions, even the tough decisions. So make sure that there's not a checker checking the checker. So make sure that they're sufficiently independent. There's proper segregation of duties and proper reporting lines. Okay. So that's rules. Okay. Any questions or concerns about the rules? Yes, no, maybe so. You're still there or you're going to sleep?
Yeah, Ms. Bullet.
Yeah. Oh, okay. I
We're all
almost
here.
fall asleep.
Present.
I almost fall asleep. Okay. Okay, good. Good. So guys, yes.
How soon will this recording be available?
But Miguel put in the right under the chat, I mean under the link, how to access the recording. So Just give him a day or so and then just follow the directions and you should be able to receive it.
Ms. Bullard, would the board of directors, that particular question, would that be an essay question or just a multiple choice question?
Both.
Okay.
The question would be on roles. The board of director question is normally who's responsible.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
Ms. Bullard, could you do that one in a table form?
You could. But remember now, the exam, there are 7 essays required. Please don't do 8. It will only be marked at the 7th. Please answer the easiest question first because you tend to get overwhelmed and stressed out. So if question 10 is the easiest for you, start with question 10. Please ensure that your name is on every page and the questions are numbered properly. Do not take the time and write the question out. That's not necessary. You can list your 7 questions. Everything else must be an essay. We had somebody list the entire exam and they did not pass. They had to retake it. You can only list your 7th question in the essence of time. If you're running out of time, just write a list so you can get your 10 points and get some points. Okay, you won't get full points, but every point counts, right? So even if you feel like put the multiple choice at the end, it does not matter once you label it properly. Okay, but do not get stuck and do not get overwhelmed. If you have risk down pat, start with risk and move on and worry about the other questions that may give you a hard time that may require you to think. Okay, read the question. Each question has like 3 parts. Make sure you answer the 3 parts. Don't get so caught up writing that you start to talk about money laundering and counterfeiting, extortion, and human trafficking, and then you forget to put anything on human trafficking or on extortion. We take some time to read back over what you wrote. A lot of times you see that the person was on the right track and then they simply forgot and went on to the next question. So please try and balance your time, 20 minutes for each question, watch the clock. And after your 20 minutes is gone, try to move on, especially if you're stuck.
So you would at the end you will email us our score or grade?
No, I'm not allowed to share grades. Please don't call me and ask me for your grade. I'm not allowed. Only the office can distribute grades. So make sure your school fee is paid or you don't get grades. Okay? So only the office. So I am not allowed. And then if you are going to continue on this journey with Ms. Bullard, intermediate starts on February 29th. So when you call to make your appointment, you can register, or when you go in to take an exam, you can register. And the class is filling up already. So please, register on February 29th is the date.
How long is the intermediate course, Ms. Bullard?
It's 10 weeks. 10 weeks. Yes, go ahead, Renika.
Ain't no February 29th.
I was just about to say that.
You see me looking on the calendar like, nah, hold on.
Oh,
When
this
this
bullet,
class
sorry.
I
don't
mean
know. I think it's January 29th. Sorry.
February 26th.
Yeah, 26, sorry.
Okay.
It might be pushed to March 5th. I don't know, but yeah, I think it's January, because I said January 29th earlier. Thank you, Vanita. I mean, there's never a 29th. Oh no, this ain't no leap year. So Miss Bullet, yeah. I did wrong. I tell you all I was asleep. Okay, good. Okay, guys, but it's been a pleasure. All of you are now in my network. So when I call you, don't play like you don't know Miss Bullet. I can need some good sound advice. So if you all see me at the conferences when they get back, face to face, hit me up and introduce yourself. That's the part about this that I missed. I can put a name to a face, and you Miss Bullet the Lord. So if I forget your name, don't take it to heart. But all of you are in my network, and please stay in contact and reach out to me if you need help, and reach out to each other. I hope you keep the group going. I hope that the ones that want to join Toastmasters and Rotary and Kiwanis all get together and help each other. And like I said, build like-minded persons, get into business with them, help them take back our country and make a difference. Okay, but I really truly hope to see all of you. If you now learn that compliance is next, not for you, please move on to a field where you can keep current, where you can attend seminars, and we'll meet you at the top, because we are the future leaders, and I'm absolutely certain about that. Okay, so it's been a pleasure, and thank you all for participating, and I hope to see you all soon.
Thank you, Ms. Fuller.
Thank
My
you.
picture- my
Thank
picture-
you.
Thanks, Ms. Fuller.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, y'all have a good week. Take care.
You too.
Ms. Fuller, what's your first name?
I typing it right now to you, Melissa.
Okay. Oh, okay.
Okay.
All right.
All
See
right.
you.
All right. Thank you, y'all. Take care.
Bye-bye.
All right. Have a great weekend of love.
Yes, enjoy your Valentine's. I thought you
Thank
were
you.
so early to enjoy your Valentine's.
Thank you. I will. Thank you.
All right.